Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. We're live here from Melbourne. My name is Dylan Kimlin. Sitting alongside me is Aaron Blitz, one of the local legends himself, who's just had some screamers of some men's singles games himself. But we're about to get underway with our first round of 16 match here between an Australian, Rob Sterling, and he's up against the superstar in Quang Duong. These fellas are just about to get started. They've had a light warm-up. Our official for this game will be Paul Campbell. Aaron, you've had a chance to play with Quang yourself a couple of times this week. What can we anticipate for this young man?
Firepower, and more firepower. This dude is quick. He makes balls. Even if you get it short, he's able to just get that backhand, forehand, cross court, put you in so much trouble, so much pressure. I honestly haven't worked out what you're supposed to do against him. So I'm hoping Rob Sterling kind of works out some stuff here.
Yeah, well, on that topic, for our international viewers tuning in that might not be aware of Rob Sterling, he's quickly becoming a fan favourite here. He's played in the pro space here for about a year or so. But let's get started. Game on. And beautiful start there for Duong. This will be 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third game, the gentlemen will swap at 6, utilising the Franklin X40s for this event.
1-0.
Yeah, he talked about power.
Yeah, just you got to get those returns deeper against QD. But even from there, he's just able to hit spots, and you just got to hope you can kind of get him on an off day here.
That one's just gone long, and Duong did just verse another Australian in Simon Pilt, getting the up on that one, whereas Rob Sterling has just beaten Eneralas to come through.
3-0.
I was speaking to Rob Sterling before this match began, and he said he's feeling okay. He's had a little bit of a hip niggle leading up to this event, but I asked what he's going to do about it. He just said, Dylan, I'll just roll it out. That's the only thing I can do.
Get it warm. So hard there. Like Rob's hit a really nice deep return, and like usually would come in off that, but we just know QD is just so good from the back of the court. He's going to rip it past you. So I think Rob's just working out what's a good ball to come in on and what's a bad ball to come off on.
Hands battle. Sterling winning his first firefight there. And the locals getting behind him.
Yeah, you'd feel good after that one.
0-5.
And Rob is a very solid singles player across the board. He's obviously got a tennis background, but in the last year or so he's been really getting stuck into the pickleball space. Have you had a chance to verse Rob in singles before, Aaron?
No, but he does hit the ball really, really clean. I wish I could hit the ball that clean.
Oh, that's a lead.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you're getting that cat and mouse, and he's just able to rip that down the line cross court, and there's not much you can do there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a little more about Rob Sterling. He's come on the scene probably in the last year, but when he first started playing, like, he just nails the middle of the paddle every ball, like high elite tennis player, and his skills are translating well.
Yeah, we are live here at the Melbourne Convention Centre. For all of our international viewers tuning in, it's been an absolutely beautiful week thus far here in Melbourne. I know our American players have been enjoying themselves. So much coverage.
Like Rob just did everything he could there, and QD's just hitting spots. But yeah, we've had some really good weather in Melbourne at the moment. I guess notoriously we're not known for, I guess, sunshine all day, like it's a bit of rain. But over the summer, it does stay dry in Melbourne. So
yeah, and as it is currently 6-1, we've got our gentleman having a bit of a breather. But For our viewers at home that might not necessarily have been to Melbourne before, Aaron, you're obviously a local. What is Melbourne renowned for?
I guess Melbourne is the sporting capital of Australia. We've got the MCG that fits 100,000 people.
Yeah.
So our Aussie rules football, we have our grand finals, big finals matches there. I try and be there every week during the winter. We have the cricket.
Yep.
We have the F1s in Melbourne. We have the Grand Prix motorbikes down in Phillip Island. We've got a bit of everything. Amy Park, soccer, rugby.
Yeah, well, we've just had the Australian Open as well for tennis,
Of
which
course.
I know a bunch of these players have gone and watched. So, needless to say, there is non-stop sport here in Melbourne, and what a beautiful event. What a beautiful location to have our first major PPA international event. It's so fun. And I know the players have been really looking forward to this one, well, especially the Australian locals. We can continue play once official Campbell gives the okay. Another local legend, Paul Campbell.
7-1.
7-1. Double and a backhand down the right side.
But yeah, I'm super excited to see all these heavyweight US players in Melbourne. Like,
Yeah.
I never thought this would happen when I first started playing pickleball 7 years ago.
Here we are. And Aaron, you're obviously on the board of Pickleball Victoria regarding tournaments. You're heavily involved in the space. It must fill you with pride to see such a large tournament here in your home state.
I'm so excited just for pickleball in Australia and for us in Victoria.
Yeah.
Like this is probably, hopefully we get more of these opportunities,
Yeah.
but you never know how many times PPA US is going to come to Australia. So it's just been super exciting.
You just feel like Sterling unable to get in a groove right now. The onslaught from Duong continues.
Yeah, I think it's hard to find rhythm when you don't know where to go, and your strengths that you normally rely on, QD's able to nullify so well.
9-1.
There we go.
Shot.
More of a confident stroke there.
I think it's just going to have to serve big here and go for these first shots just to put QD under a bit of pressure. So great serve down the line, put a bit of pressure on.
Well, it's funny, right? Because I was speaking to Sterling regarding the serving rules that we're playing for this event, which I'll go into a little bit more detail. Oh, so strong. So for our viewers at home, especially our Australian New Zealand viewers, we are playing with different service rules for this event. So let serves, for example, are a replay or goes back, doesn't play on like we traditionally do. Strike there from Sterling. No bounce serves allowed, or drop serves, as well as where you strike the ball is being heavily critiqued. Needs to be in a south to north direction. Did you have any service calls called?
No, but I've always had that one from down low.
Yeah.
I know a few people have been called already,
Yes.
especially last weekend too. So everyone's trying to adjust to the new rule, especially those ones that are more aggressive on their serve. Like I try and hit a lot of spin instead of a lot of power.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on that fine line around their hip height.
Yeah, we have a timeout here on the side of Rob Sterling, and that is a fair point too, considering here in Australia we typically, our referees are pretty strict on the service, but this has been a little subtle change for our players to adjust to it. You obviously had a great game against Lucas Pascoe just before this one, went to 3 sets.
Yeah, the young stud Lucas Pascoe. Look, played against him last week and he's hitting really well. Got the first set and then he was just clinical at the end of the second and third set.
Yeah.
Just so long, can hit balls in particular spots. I honestly think he plays like Gabe Tardio a little bit. obviously Lucas is only 18,
Yeah.
so he's on the rise. Luckily, I've been able to see him play for the last 3 years and be on the sidelines a little bit, helping him, I guess, form into the player he is.
Yep.
And I know he's got Ben Costin and a few other people helping on his side of the fence, and I'm super excited for his future because I know he wants to go to the US and play a little bit.
Well, for viewers at home, Lucas Pascoe, who we're referring to, is playing right now on championship court against Tyson McGuffin. So that'll be a screamer as well.
I missed out on that opportunity. I wanted to play against Tice, the big dog.
9-2.
9-2. Let us continue.
Point.
It's just everywhere.
Ten two.
Oh, so strong.
Game.
Game one's been taken there by Duong.
I'm still pinching myself that normally every Saturday morning I'm watching with a coffee the Friday afternoon games in the US, Saturday morning in Melbourne, and now I get to watch these guys actually live.
Yeah.
I just can't believe it.
You know, considering just the caliber of the players that have come across, I know our women's draw, we have a bunch of top-notch players as well, so it's super exciting. I know from a locals perspective, the Australian crowd have really gotten behind this tournament. There'll be a lot of spectators coming through the gates as the day continues, and especially this weekend, it's going to be pretty mental.
Mental, especially coming off the Australian Open in tennis, like just huge crowds of people in Melbourne at the moment. I know a lot of the players struggle to even get accommodation. I live an hour out of the city. I'm staying at my fiance's grandparents' apartment just to be close to the venue.
Yeah.
There's just so many people in Melbourne at the moment. And yet, fortunate enough to have really good weather. I know it's supposed to be hot, 38 degrees on Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, that's Celsius.
Celsius, yep. Which is, I don't know, I'm just going to guess like 110, 120 Fahrenheit.
Either way, it's warm. We'll put it that way. It's hot.
Definitely not cold. Melbourne's so weird, so close to Antarctica and stuff, but like in the summer we can get up to 40 degrees. But it's dry heat. Aircon in here, I don't think that's going to be an issue for us.
Yeah, we are quite lucky being in an indoor facility in that weather concerns are not really an issue. Whereas, you know, we've had some events here in Melbourne in the past, PPA events, where it's been quite warm and quite windy.
Yeah.
So we are blessed to be inside. And for our viewers at home, we are right next to the CBD as well. So it's fantastic. Our players finish up for the evening, go straight out and have dinner. We're right next to everything. It's perfect.
Right near the casino, South Bank, the Yarra River. It's beautiful along here.
Yeah. Looks like our gentlemen are once again ready to go. Rob Sterling to bring it in. Game 2, 0-0.
Point out.
Well, Rob's being tested here. He really needs to lift.
0-0.
Terrific shot there. Sterling did play last season in the MLPA format for the New Zealand Hustle. I probably should have mentioned that you're the captain of the Mavericks too. How rude of me.
That's right. I got a few hats in the pickleball world, luckily.
Yeah. So crafty.
But yeah, for the US viewers at home, I was fortunate enough last season to have Wes Gabrielson on the Melbourne Mavericks.
Yep.
Had Rob Cassidy fill in,
Oh, yeah.
who's another commentator
Yeah.
over there. So what a guy. Both of them have been so good for my own pickleball.
Yeah, we've been absolutely blessed to have those gentlemen getting amongst the scene, and Rob will be returning, as well as Michelle Esquivel for our next season.
3-0.
Actually, speaking of Michelle, she was a former teammate of Rob Sterling.
Yes, on the New Zealand Hustle.
Yeah, she's going back to back, going back with the Hustle. So for our viewers at home, we do have teams representing the New Zealand space as well as Southeast Asia as well as Australia. in that particular format.
Well, like Rob's not doing too much wrong here. It's just QD. He's just making ball after ball.
Yeah, very
He's
consistent.
hitting the spots. This is what happens when you go against a world-class
That's
pickleball
right.
athlete.
Yeah, you
QD.
got to perform.
Wow.
Point.
Look, that was just that was class. Just forehand off the stretch down the line, push. Like Rob's not expecting that there.
0.
And for our viewers at home, the winner of this match will take on the winner of Maximilian Wild and Zach Taylor in our round of 16. We're currently in our round of 16. On our championship court, we do have Tyson McGuffin taking on Lucas Pascoe, and the winner of that will take on
7-0.
the winner of Mitchell Hargraves and Stefan Georgic.
Point.
Good to see Stefan getting up there.
Yeah, I don't think he's lost a point the first 2 rounds. When I just had a conversation with him before,
Oh, wow.
he's on fire. Another Melbourne player.
Yeah.
It's just good to see some of the Melbourne players that probably don't go to all the PPA events interstate or in other countries that are playing this weekend. So it's super exciting for them.
Oh, too strong.
Point.
Green light every time, isn't it? Puts it away with ease, and he is in cruise control right now and moves himself to a match point.
Like I can't even see a spot right now that's working.
10-0.
It's just QD's hitting from everywhere.
Point.
And that is put away with ease, and Duong will go through to the next round for Robert Sterling all over Red Rover. As I mentioned earlier, the winner of Maximilian Wild and Zach Taylor will go up against Kwong Dong, who, my goodness, he's playing some very good pickleball.
He's legit.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to put it. But viewers at home, we will continue the stream. We will be back live soon. We'll go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back live once our next set of games are ready to go. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. My name is Dylan Kimlin. Sitting alongside me is Aaron Blitz. We're about to get underway with our next set of games for the Men's Singles Open. We're up to our round of 16. And this here will be between Tom Evans, who's currently warming up on the furthest side of screen, just signed with PPA America. It's super exciting for the Australian fan base. Both he and his partner Helena will be going over to the States to tear it up for all of you watching internationally. He's up against Vuk, who's closest here in the bright coloured shirt, with a nice and easy last name for us to pronounce here in the booth, Velishkovic. Aaron, you've had a chance of playing against both of these gentlemen, so pretty exciting game up ahead.
Very, very athletic, these two guys. Obviously, Tom Evans, probably one of the best athletes that's come into the sport in Australia. I've been fortunate enough to be there from the beginning. He started playing pickleball at the end of 2023, was a pro tennis player, and I was like, wow, this kid's got game.
Yeah.
And it's just risen every level over the last 12 months, and now obviously he had a standout year last year in the US at a PPA event. I think he made the round of 16.
Yeah.
Lost against Fed, who's the world number one at the moment. And I know Vuk has had some success in the US as well. So I think this is going to be a great matchup of two really fun athletes.
Yeah, going to be an absolute terror, that's for sure. It'll be 3 games to 11. Win by 2. Should we get to a third, the gentlemen will swap at 6. Utilising the Franklin X40s, let's get started. Vuk to bring it in, 0-0. First points on the board.
Fun fact, Vuk is actually using my second Yola 3S paddle.
So if he plays well,
I'm claiming it.
yeah. Both of these gentlemen, for viewers at home, have had a relatively cruisy, well, Tom Evans did anyway, he had a cruisy round of 32. Both an 11-4 and 11-1 against Leffler. Oh, too good. Top spin applied. Whereas Vuk took down Clemens in a 3 setup coming into this one as well.
1-1.
That's a let serve, so a replay for our viewers, Australian viewers anyway, tuning in.
I'm still getting used to that.
Yeah, we are. We're going back to old school rules. Let's a replay. And Tom Evans, what a serve.
Oh, he's got one of the biggest serves in Australia at the moment. It's very hard to get back with a bit of interest.
Rocking a Proton too, it looks like. Obviously the major sponsor here for the APO.
I think pink suits him. He's got the pink Proton bag as well.
Yeah. Ooh, just wide. We have a great crowd building throughout today. Our championship court just to our right side has been packed. I honestly felt like earlier that I was in a concert. There was so many people moving around watching all the games. It was such a buzz here this morning.
Oh, there's a massive buzz, especially to watch these two.
Service goes long. Quick side out, both gentlemen getting the feel of each other.
2-1.
Deep serve. And it was probably expected with the draw that go pretty far. But Velishkovic has other plans in mind.
1-3. Out.
Oh, I know Vuk, he was, Div 1 college tennis player. I think he's one of the top racquetball players in Australia as well, and paddle. So he's a man of multiple sports.
Drive from the baseline, too strong. Yeah, but can he kick a Sharon?
Probably.
Yeah, well,
Probably.
he's built like it.
I wouldn't want to be tackled by him.
A Sharon for our international viewers, referring to an Australian Football League ball. It's like an egg.
Like, Vuk kind of makes Zach Rabovic look small.
Oh, that's saying a bit. What a unit of a man Zach is. Unfortunately, pulled out injured, I saw. What's he done, a hamstring
Yeah,
or
his
something?
hamstring. Came back from his hip surgery, played some singles in China, and unfortunately he's just hurt the hamstring.
Such a bummer.
Oh, that dip, that Proton paddle, that grip, Franklin ball, he's just ripping that ball
He gets
perfectly.
outrageous topspin, right?
Couldn't do that with the ball 3 years ago with the paddles.
6-2.
Wow. Called wide. Our official for this game, by the way, Julie Campbell. Another one of our local legends. Been around in the scene for a long time, Julie. It's great to have her
2-6.
calling such a high-profile match. And we have a timeout here from Velichkovic. An offensive timeout, Aaron. It's becoming more popular here in the Australian pickleball scene.
Yeah, I think it's just good to get that reset. Think about what you're going to do. Now he's got the serve.
Yep.
Think about what his next shot's going to be. Hopefully get that momentum. Get the 6-3. See what you can do.
Yeah.
I think it's a worthwhile tactic. I've tried to implement it a little bit more nowadays. You just don't want your opponent kind of getting on a run and thinking, oh, I can just win this point straight away. Like, go into this break now and think about, yeah, I'm going to rip this ball down the line and then I'm going to make that next volley. And if you come in with a plan, most of the time it works.
Well, you mentioned that Vuk obviously plays plenty of other racket sports and padel as well, but they refer to it as racket as well. I've never understood that. It's called paddle, but they refer to it as a racket. Like, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's mean. I haven't actually given it a go yet, but I'm definitely going to ask Vuk to have a hit soon.
Oh,
but
mate.
he did play in the Australian paddle championships like 2 weeks ago,
Oh, there you go.
and he went straight into the pickleball at the AO Slam last week.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Just talented.
yeah, imagine trying to go from sport to sport.
Yeah.
Time in. 2-6.
Ooh.
Tied out.
Push to the side. Velichkovic had some momentum steaming in. Evans bats it away with ease.
6-2.
The winner of this game and match will go ahead and take on the winner of Gabe Tardio and Dan Clark. I believe those gentlemen will be playing on Championship Court on our other stream. Sanj Carter, Brendan Lee calling that one. Man, what a screamer of a game that's going to be.
Oh, there's a few coming up that are going to be awesome to watch.
Yeah, we just had Pascoe and McGuffin going head-to-head. Unfortunately, Lucas Pascoe had to retire injured. Hamstring as well.
I think just jarred the knee. He actually played out the set, just
Yeah.
wasn't
7-2.
pretty.
Yeah, no good.
And then Tyson, I think, has got a sore hamstring as
Yeah.
well. So I don't know if he's going to be running as much in the following rounds. I know he's probably got, I think he's got Mitch Hargraves coming up too. So he's going to, that's going to be get his work cut out for him.
2-7. Point.
I heard you speaking to Tom earlier regarding sliding on the court. So typically Tom loves sliding around.
3-7.
Not happening so much. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, we're trying to look after the athletes here, like just from my experience on the court. It's like I'm not much of a slider. I don't move as quick as Tom, but these pickle rolls are pretty much brand new. Like sandpaper, it's very hard to slide, so you just don't want to jar any joints.
4-7.
Terrific deep serve. Here we go. Velichkovic has some momentum building.
5-7.
Oh, he had
Tied
it.
out.
Geez, these fellas have got some reach, eh?
Reach and gee, Tom's dipping that ball so well.
Yeah. Talking about dip, my goodness, that one's hard to return.
Yeah, he's so good at hitting that one cross court, and then he's able to hit that one down the line too. So Vuk's just having to wait to that last second to figure out what Tom's doing.
8-5.
Wow.
Point.
That's a highlight play. Tom Evans ripping it down the left.
He'd be happy with that.
Oh, mate.
That was clean.
9-5. Right
He
out.
tried slowing it down. Quick error there for Evans.
5-9.
Aaron, how big is it for someone like Tom and Helena to get signed with PPA and play over in the States for the Australian pickleball scene?
Huge for them individually, huge for Australian pickleball. Just shows that
Right out.
obviously we've got talent here,
Yep.
and once it's showcased and they do well, they've actually got an opportunity to be signed in the US as well. Like, we've obviously got PPA Australia signed players, but being signed in the US is a whole other ball game. Like, I know for Tom, like, that was the game plan the whole time. Like, he knew watching pickleball that he could be one of the best in the world, especially at singles, and he's working at that, and now he gets the opportunity to play against the best in the world.
And he is outrageously good. I fell in love with singles watching Tom Evans.
9.
Just the stuff he could do on the court is outrageous. Never say die. Velichkovic really starting to build. 2-point game.
I think he's definitely finding his feet now. Like, Tom obviously came out the gate firing. Vuk here is just getting some points here and there. I think the longer the point goes, I think that's when he's winning right now.
9.
There we go. Ripping that chainsaw, double-handed backhand down the right side.
I think that just echoed through the whole
Yeah.
exhibition centre. They might have
Yeah.
heard that at the MCG. I think that's a clinical time out there when you got your opponent on fire, hitting those shots.
Yeah. Oh, this is big. I reckon this is going to be a right old scrap, hey, between these two gentlemen.
Mm.
The fellas are having a bit of a breathe up. And the overall feel of the tournament's been pretty good. I think everyone's really starting to warm into it. A lot of spectators coming through the doors, as we can see here at the Melbourne Convention Centre.
I can see a lot of people that I train with and all been at my clinics and everything. Like, we got people that have driven an hour out of the city just to come and watch
So
these
good.
top players and
Yeah.
watch us all battle it out. Just the best opportunity in Australia, and luckily in Melbourne, we don't have to fly here. We get to just walk down the street and watch it.
We're here.
But yeah, it's awesome to see so many interstate and international people here as well watching the pickleball.
Yeah, well, I was talking to a bunch of Kiwis too. We've got a bunch of New Zealanders come across as well, so awesome to see a couple of players. We've got players from Southeast Asia as well here, so a ton of people from around have descended on Melbourne and enjoying this close game one here between these two gentlemen. Vuk to bring it in once more, 8-9.
What a scrap.
Cat and mouse, Jerry and Tom putting that one away. He loves those kind of plays.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez, I wish I could move like that. My hamstring's twinging, thinking about how well they
lateral
both moved then.
Lateral movement from these gentlemen are off the charts.
9-8.
Better there from Velichkovic. And he is firing himself up.
Really good out wide return, open up the down the line, and that's mean Tom's quick enough to get to that. Just Cook hit that perfectly.
8-9.
Tied game. Here we go. 9 apiece. We've got a fired up Velichkovic. Geez, you wouldn't want to run into him in a dark alley. Eh? He is a unit of a man.
But one of the nicest blokes, though.
Yeah, he's lovely. Long.
Side out.
Yeah, I got to have a good chat with Luke last week at the AO Slam, and like he seems pretty intimidating, but he's actually a really nice guy.
Yeah. All business on the court. Evans to bring it in, tie game. Oh,
Side out.
If you're going to do it, this is the time.
yeah, exactly right. You'll take it. Yeah,
We love that.
yeah. He gives us a nod. He's happy.
9-9.
Oh, just kicked wide. See Helena in the crowd cheering Tom on.
She's always there.
Yeah.
That's the face he first looks at after every point.
She also just signed with Proton, which is awesome.
Proton, PPA US, they're a joint package, those two.
Yeah.
They're so marketable.
Yeah, Helena Spirides.
9-9.
Bit of an off serve there from Vuk. Change things up. Moves to a game point situation here for this first. Huge for his momentum leading into the second if he can take this.
9.
Called wide. Challenge is there. Official Campbell has confirmed it's in. Crowd collectively held their breath.
What a get from Tom.
Yeah, he's dug in the corner.
9-10.
Wow.
That approach. 2-point pickleball on display, tied 10 apiece. What's the highest match you've had?
MLP, we went quite far one time. It was like 28-26. Well, today I had 13-11. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Side out.
Service error.
Ten.
Oh, what a shot. That is unreal.
I think really good change up there. He's been punching down the line there, and Tom's kind of hovering on it. So I think able to go cross court there. He knew that next ball was going to be an easy one, but he just hit a really good winner.
Yes. Absolute screamer moving to a game
Tom's
point.
going to have to look after that line now.
10.
Really good.
Man, these boys are putting on a show for us. Two outrageous double-handed backhand strokes. Evans returning with the side out.
10-11. Side out.
I think Book just didn't give him enough pace then, and Tom's had to try and rip it. Just happened to have mishit it.
Oh, Vuk will take it.
Take anything you can get. at this
100%.
moment.
Yeah.
Side out.
Battle of attrition kicking in here. Fellas trying to whittle each other down.
10-11. Side out.
Velichkovic very vocal with his team in the booth on the sideline. That's gone wide. Game 1 secured. Veličković fired up. Gentlemen, we'll swap sides. Aaron Blitz, what are your thoughts?
I think I just received some spit from Vuk then, but luckily we've become mates now. But no, wow, what a set! And I think Tom had the edge probably up until 70% through that first set. He was like 9-6, 9-5 up. I think Vuk just found his feet, was punching balls cross court. Had to open Tom. It was opening Tom up a little bit. But look, I think it was just a few loose errors from. I think Tom just at the end there, like he missed a couple of forehands that he was trying to rip. So I think hopefully he comes out this second set and he's just flattens it a little bit. Fine, just get it over there, make them play. Like Tom's so good at getting to every ball, just make them play. Like when I play, I have to go for winners because I know I'm not quick enough to get to the next ball. But Tom is the quickest guy out here. So it'll be interesting what he comes out with here. I think he's just going to have to go bigger on the serve too, which might bring some errors, but you need to be pushing back Vuk as much as you can.
Well, I found we mentioned the offensive timeout where Vuk was down, called the timeout once he got the side out, and then suddenly this momentum changed. So we talk about how useful it is, especially for our Australian players watching that. I guess a lot of our tournament players are still getting the hang of timeouts and when to utilise them. There's a great example of an offensive timeout. Gentlemen, just having a bit of a breather, and we can see Helena immediately jumping over to have a chat to Tom as well, but my goodness, good turnout. A lot of locals getting amongst it here at the Melbourne Convention Centre.
Yeah, well, Tom's the biggest face in Victorian pickleball and Australian pickleball now, so I think a lot of the home crowd will be getting around him. I know for me, being so close to him, training with him, I hope him the biggest success in the US and hopefully this weekend. Like, this is his home tournament.
That's right.
This means he lives up the road, trains down the road. Like, how exciting would it be to hopefully go really deep in a PPA US event in your hometown?
100%.
That's where dreams are made.
And we can get started once more. Evans will be bringing it in for this game 2. If you are just tuning in, Veličković tore it up in the first one, ended up taking it in a narrow victory. Let's get started. 0-0, Evans to serve. Big serve. Called it, Aaron.
But he needs to keep doing that. That's just what happens when you go for big serves.
First points.
Really good.
Yeah. A double-handed backhand, man. Like, I don't know if the camera does it justice, just how much spin is applied on it. Just kicks off. That roll again.
Oh.
The nets are favouring Vuk at the moment.
These Yola nets looking after him.
There was a bit of a viral clip this week of Tyson McGuffin's power serve. I would love to see him and Tom Evans go head-to-head with the Speedo.
Oh, yeah.
Evans, simple as that.
I don't know if you've ever held one of Tom's paddles, but honestly, it's like trying to pick up Thor's hammer.
That's a bit heavy, is it?
Like, yeah, a lot of lead tape.
There's that big serve coming into play. First points on the board. Yep, well played. Veličković had a solid position at the net there. Kind of got spun around a bit.
2-2.
Let serve. You mentioned Veličković playing other racket sports heavily, and it looks like, is he calling a time? Yeah, timeout. As he calls the timeout, we can discuss this. I've noticed that he's using a lot of spin on his single-handed backhand, Aaron.
Yep.
Especially on returning of service. Any particular thoughts on why he might be doing that?
Well, obviously paddles a lot more slices. So like even last week in the AO Slam, it's just he came into singles and he's just trying to slice everything, which keeps the ball low. But like he's two-handed. He knows he has to hit that just to get the angles and hit the spots because Tom's just so good again to every ball. And when you do hit a slice, you get more opportunity to hit a good top spin shot. That's why you don't see much slicing now in pickleball in the last 12 months. Like that was something I did for like 5 years because you just had no grid on the paddles. But now everyone's just hitting top spin. You honestly just don't want to hit a slice return anymore. But I think these courts are playing a little bit lower, especially if you get it deep on one of the lines. So I think it is worthwhile and just to change up things, I think. So definitely his paddle experience coming to play there. And obviously I assume he would have been a slicer when he played tennis too.
Yeah, well, that's what's making me wonder whether he's going back to a more of a comfortable play style, considering the sheer pace that Evans can deliver with his service. But
Gives you more time as well.
yeah, let us continue. 3-2.
Shot.
Turned him inside out behind him.
Let's go, Tommy.
That is a good shot.
So I'm just trying to support a friend while
No
commentating.
bias in the booth, Mr. Blitz.
Well, I'm friends with Book.
Yeah. Let's serve.
And replay.
And as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, for our Australian, New Zealand, Southeast Asian viewers, we are utilising the LET for this tournament. Oh. Okay, that was only slightly outrageous. If you can do it, I can do it too. The boys trading net rolls.
Thought Book was just going to go for another soft one there. I'll go to Tom.
5-2.
There's that slice.
Point. 6-2.
What a play. Good rally, boys.
Like you say, outrageous point right there. That was two athletes battling out just to
Yeah,
get the ball back. And
love
they're
to
hitting
see
great
it.
spots.
Other side. 2-6.
Oof.
Point.
That's a ripper of a shot, and I believe the gentlemen have asked for our official to take a look at the ball. While they're doing that, remember, if you want to tune into Championship Court to watch some of the top quality matches going over there, make sure you head over to Pickleball TV for the full broadcast of all of their matches. We've had some absolute thrillers thus far. And while we're waiting for our fellas, I just want to turn your attention to one of the games that are about to begin between Mitchell Hargraves and Tyson McGuffin. We're about to get started. Vuk to bring it in. Ball is all good.
Well, you can tell it's a new ball. That just whizzed
Fly.
through the air. I could hear that. I don't know who that suits more.
6-3.
Ooh, he thought about the dive. Crafty play there from Velichkovic.
If he went for a dive there, he would have lost half his leg
Yeah,
skin,
I
I
can
think.
imagine.
But I just can't believe he made that earlier ball
Yeah.
over there. That was a screamer.
Sheer athleticism from these fellas.
3-6. Point.
Velichkovic really starting to find some form here in this game too. He looks mighty comfortable on the court, doesn't he, Aaron?
Sure does, and those big quads.
A lot of movement. Oh, any attempt.
Point.
And that is a different rule we have for this event as well. You can cross the plane of the net a little bit more than what we usually do here in Australia.
Just if I'd known that, I would have started jumping a little bit higher and further. Jeez.
Called wide.
Point.
I think the crowd would have lost it had that landed. Tied game. Here we go.
6-6.
Terrific response from Velichkovic. Our ball taking the lead. I do wonder if Evans will consider a timeout soon.
Timeout.
It's almost like we've been commentating for a while, Aaron.
Yeah, jeez.
There's,
I think clinical timeout here, like we said earlier, I said, like, just think about what you're going to come out and do here. Have a game plan for 3 points, because after that, then you kind of work out what's working or not again. Because every player, they go through stages where, like, your backhand roll is working for 4 points, and it could just start playing up on you.
Yep.
So I think Tom's just got to dig deep here and figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, and if we have a look at the remainder of the events going forward for our viewers at home, we do have some absolute screamers as well. These gentlemen obviously will be going head-to-head, and they will be taking on, as I mentioned, the winner of Tardio and Clark. I can confirm Gabe Tardio has won that. So the winner of this will take on Gabe Tardio, who's had some pretty close ones thus far. Maximilian Wild has just beaten Zach Taylor as well, so he'll be going through and taking on Kwong Duong. My goodness, isn't he playing well?
Wow, he really, really impressed me. Just Rob Sterling, one of the better singles players in Australia, and just got honestly manhandled a little bit by QD.
Well, I talked to Rob. I was like, mate, what are you doing? He's like, every shot he played was perfect.
7-6.
How much you can do.
Instant
there we
aggression from Tom Evans immediately at the kitchen line. Long. That recovery from Velichkovic was outrageous. What a drive from Tom Evans at the baseline.
I can't believe he's ripped that from the baseline, and it's literally landed in the kitchen almost.
Yeah.
That's so much spin.
Oh, but Vuk handled it with ease. Too good. He's firing himself up once more. I've often thought that, Aaron, we don't have any, like, I mean, Zach Gobovic is a little bit like it, where players that immediately, like, they're just loud, like, they're very vocal. Maybe we have a rising star here in Velichkovic.
That makes it exciting for TV, doesn't it?
Makes our job easier. Ah, there we go, on cue.
Yeah, everyone in the exhibition centre knows what's going on over here.
We have a healthy lead here for Velichkovic, and Tom Evans must respond.
9-6.
What a
Great
return.
return. Kind of just blocks it into spots that look like he's real obviously elite at it. So if Tom just keeps getting that deep return, I think gives him a little bit more opportunity. Well, looks forehand, he's hitting spots a lot nicer.
Side out.
Big moment in the game here for Velichkovic. You can really push the pressure on Tom Evans.
9-6.
Called long. Challenge is there.
On field.
Our official has confirmed it is in. Evans will take the ball back.
Close nonetheless.
Point.
That's a forehand.
Yeah, well, I do wonder, as Vuk's had a bit of a disagreement with that last call, whether it's going to play in the back of his mind after that tremendous drive there from Evans. Wide side.
Such a good drive from Tom, just unlucky that Vuk's just nailed that volley just
perfect.
inside the baseline there. Like, we're right on that.
Huge moment here for Veličković.
9-7.
Moves to a game and a match point. And I believe, yep, Tom Evans has called a time, reassess some options, and got to give credit to Veličković here. He's bounced back really well.
Just both elite at singles, and that's why it is a close battle right now. Like, just Vuk's just getting those points in the perfect time. Look, there's not a lot they're both doing wrong, to be honest. It's just someone's making more balls than the other at the moment.
Yeah, and you tend to find, I found in a lot of the games that I've called of Evans in the past, he fires himself up as well. He does seem a little bit quieter than usual, so I do wonder whether he's sort of lost in his thoughts or if he needs to find that fifth gear.
Got to find Helena. She normally fires him up a little bit.
Well, she might be warming up because I imagine her matches start quite soon. But as I mentioned earlier, viewers, the winner of this huge match ahead will be taking on Gabe Tardio.
Which I'm excited to see, because obviously a lot of Saturday morning pickleball I watch, and Gabe Tardio is not really in the singles draw too often. But yeah, heard a lot of cat and mouse work from him, and it'd be impressive to see what he's like at singles.
He was tucking into some Nutella
Yeah,
sandwiches or pizza early on, so he's clearly enjoying himself.
10-7.
Match point. Secured. Veličković takes a huge scalp. With number one male singles player Tom Evans out. For Vuk Veličković, he will go through and take on Gabe Tardio next. Oh boy, Aaron. Huge for Veličković.
Wow, that was really impressive.
That was
Saw glimpses of it last weekend, and just we know he can hit a ball. He's made finals in the US in singles. Like, it's no joke. So what a battle for him.
Well, it just goes to show, right, that there's so much talent here in the Australian pickleball scene, so much emerging in the area. Vuk's happy as he'll be going through to the next series of games. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bounce into a quick commercial break and get ready for our next set of games coming up. Once again, you can catch the Championship Corp on Pickleball TV. We've got an absolute thriller coming up between Hargraves and McGuffin not too far away. We look forward to seeing you on the next game. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. We're about to get underway with our women's singles here for our round of 32, first game underway. We have Nicola Skuman taking on her opposition of Shimmer from Japan.
Side out. 0-1.
Our official for this game, David J, calling this game. It'll be 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third, the ladies will rotate at 6, utilising the Franklin X40s.
1-0.
Oh, terrific shot. Aaron Blitz jumping in the booth with me, mate. You recently played in an event with Nicola. She was on the winning side for the AO and in some fine form at the moment.
Oh, she's playing unreal pickleball, and that's why I drafted her at number 1 for the Melbourne Mavericks,
well,
MLP Australia.
Talk about
So
that.
go Mavs.
Point.
Young superstar. I think she's 17 at the moment. I know they were saying she was 16, but just mean she's got so much talent. She's only going to get better and better.
Yep. Yeah, I've been privileged to watch Nicola's career unfold, and she just keeps getting better and better.
1-1. Whoa.
We've got a service fault here on Saying Up.
Need you to come under. 2 sideways.
So
Under.
we do have slightly different service rules here for this event for our Australian New Zealand viewers. We don't traditionally play here,
Point. That's good.
so official J just informing Shimmer of what to expect.
2-1.
Deep serve goes long.
1-2.
It would be great to get your insight after drafting Nicola number 1, Aaron. Like, what? Give the viewers the reason why. Like, what's the X factor that Nicola could bring to the court?
I think just her dominance at the back of the court. Like, she's just got such strong ground strokes, just like right on cue from Nicola there. She must have heard me. Backhand, forehand wings, super solid. I mean, she's so young. She's putting in so much time and effort. Great personality too. Like, I just thought she'd be a welcomed addition to the Mavs, and I think she deserved that opportunity being the number 1 pick.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't think anyone questioned it. It's like, yep, that's a fair pick.
Like, I also had to consider like the growth over the year too, because you're picking for 6 events, and I think by the end of the year she probably will be the best female in Australia potentially.
Definitely a reasonable call.
I don't think that's an outrageous call at all.
I was speaking to Nicola's mum, Danelle, who's in the crowd watching this game, and I was like, oh, she asked, she was like, do you know much about Saina or Shimmer, her opposition? Obviously, I try not to aid other opposition players with giving info, but Danelle said she couldn't find too much on Shimmer, and she was like, they're the players that are dangerous because we have no intel on them.
Yeah, I haven't heard of her before either, so I'm interested to see how she hits the ball here.
Well, I mean, the Japanese pickleball scene is blossoming, isn't it? They have so many good players coming out of it.
Yeah, you got Kenta and Aiko.
Yep.
Like a lot of those, pro tennis players kind of just coming into the game now and definitely leaving a mark.
4-3.
What's the beautiful thing about our scene here in our part of the world is it's not just the Australian pickleball scene. We have the Southeast Asian, Japanese. We have a timeout here on the side of Skuman, as well as New Zealand. The Indian pickleball scene is booming. So when we think about the quality of players, it's from so many different countries, so many different play styles. And as a result, it's very exciting for us as viewers to see all of these players coming on the court.
Yeah, I think you've touched on something important there. It's just like different cultures, different countries, like their play styles so unique. I know when Australians go to the US, like we play different game style. If you go from Victoria to Queensland, it's different game style.
Yes.
I could go into country Victoria, and there's probably a different game style. It's just crazy seeing all the different game styles across all these events, and India and China is no exception to that, like different game.
You good, Nicola? 5-3.
Oh, it's a great shot there from Nicola down the left side. You think she's going to build a bit of a fan base here in Melbourne?
Well, sporting capital of Australia, we love our sport teams. I think everyone gets around every player on the Melbourne Mavericks, which is something I'm very proud of.
Oh, what a shot.
I know Leonard Pearsall, he's probably watching this match right now. He's helping support Nicola with like some coaching and travel, trying to get her, I guess, to the best of her abilities.
Yeah, nice shot there from Shimmer. And we mentioned earlier Hall of Famer Wesley Gabrielson, who played alongside you as well. But he took Nicola under his wing
5-4.
over in the States.
Yeah, she did a bit of a boot camp, and that's why I spoke to Wes quite a bit before drafting her and just said, look, what do you reckon? And he's like, she's legit. She's going to be the next big thing. So
That's big praise. What a shot.
Point.
Tucked into the corner of the kitchen, or as I like to call it, the pantry. Terrific shot there from Skuman.
5-5.
We have a service fault called.
First only warning, Nicola. Service high.
That's that service. I know it was the height of the wrist. It's been called there.
Point.
Elite ground strokes.
Oh, she hits it clean, and I know her brother played at the Junior Australian Open and plays college
6-5.
tennis, so it just runs in the family. Clean ground strokes.
Point.
Skuman continue to build. 2-point lead.
7-5. Side out.
But yeah, you mentioned her mum. Like, her mum and dad have just been amazing support. Like,
Yeah.
every event, they're there, especially her mum. I think it's something amazing part of your pickleball journey to have your parents follow along and support you.
Well, I see Danelle more than I see most pro players. She's at that many tournaments. But you are right. What a wonderful support base that Nicola has.
6-7. Side out.
It seems that Shimmer's quite comfortable at the baseline.
Yeah, I think she's just feeling her way into this match. She's just trying to get those ground strokes a little bit
7-6.
deeper, put some pressure on.
There we go. That is a terrific shot down the left side.
Good get.
Now, our ladies' draw is a little bit smaller than our gentlemen. We had a crazy amount of male entrants this morning. So as such, we've started with a round of 32. We've got some great matches about to kick off. Immediately, I was just having a chat to one of our Australian superstars by the name of Summer Dalabonna. She was given some good insights.
I'm going to say it. I think Summer's taking out the whole event.
Okay.
Her backhand, I've said from day one, it's the best backhand in the world. It's world class, and I can't wait to see her rock it with some of these US pros. So
I think
8-6.
number one seed Caitlin Christian might have something to say about that. But on our championship court, which you can access via Pickleball TV, we do have two of the Australian, what do we call them? They're legends of the scene, with Rose Van Reek taking on Sarah Burr.
Rose on the Mavericks last season.
Yep.
Definitely was the best player or best female in the league, I believe. And she's come out, she's a captain this year.
Yep.
And she's dominating all across the world. And obviously Sarah, for many years in the sport in Australia, has been a big legend. Great
Rally.
shots.
Yeah, it'd be good to have Sarah jumping in the booth this Avi. She'll be jumping in and giving in some insights.
9-6. Point.
And that brings up a game point situation here for Skuman.
She's definitely finding her rhythm now.
10-6.
Secured. Game
Point.
one in the
First
books
game,
for Nicola. The ladies will have a bit of a breather and swap sides. And Aaron, for our viewers at home, obviously the Melbourne Mavericks, we did talk about Nicholas Skuman being your number 1 draft pick. But for our international viewers, do you have any international players that you'd like to bring up?
Well, I'm playing. I drafted Elby, and she's from New Mexico. Played College 1,
Yep.
Div 1 tennis, and I know she just played the World's PPA event in Dallas in December, and she made the main draw of singles and doubles.
Yeah.
And she's an up and comer, so I'm putting her with Nicola. I've obviously got Joey Farias playing men's doubles with me, which obviously been in the scene for years, almost like a Wes Gabrielson, high level coach. It's going to bring so much mentorship, not just for myself, Nicola and Elby. I think that was a winning formula last season. Look, I'm super excited, and obviously there's a few other Americans coming over again, like Rob Cassidy, who played for the Mavericks last season. He's playing for now Rose's team.
Yeah, the Bombay.
So basically they've got 2 Mavs on that team, and that's a bit of a cheat code, to be honest. But look, it's been amazing. I'm just loved getting to know all the US players and get to know them personally, like Michelle Esquivel, shout out. She's a superstar, had a few beers with her. Obviously Rob, Wes, met Kyle Yates, you had Shelby Bates.
Yeah, well, I was going to bring up Kyle because Nicola played in the Brisbane Breakers last season under, like he learned alongside Kyle Yates and Ludovic Ashaki. And yeah, now she's got Joey Farias as well as a mentor. Service fault.
Got to stay low.
I like to think I'm a mentor as well, but obviously Joey's much higher on the pecking order.
No replay.
But I'm old in pickleball years. That's what they say in Australia.
0-0.
Jeez, I don't know what that makes me. Nice recovery. And point secured there for Skuman. Well, Aaron, you would have been one of the first pickleball players in Australia, right?
Yeah, I started the very first venue in Victoria
Yeah.
in 2018. So to see a PPA USA event in Melbourne is actually mind-boggling for me. And I'm obviously very proud that I've been a big part of pickleball in Australia and Victoria. I won the 2019 National Championships, so I beat a Mitch Hargraves and a few of those guys. So I've been around for a while, and I just love growing the sport. I still volunteer. I'm on the board for Pickleball Victoria. So I'm not just a player. I like to just grow the sport outside of it too.
Yep. Our ball, Skuman with a quick 3 points on the board. Single elimination, by the way, viewers at home, so
3-0.
every game is cutthroat. And a couple of unforced errors here for Saina.
4-0.
Too good.
Point.
Just so silky smooth on those ground strokes.
Yep.
Like, you just can tell she's not going to miss.
5-0. Fault.
A couple of service errors here, and official Jay's just coming to explain it. He's been in the game for a long time, David Jay, International Rugby League referee as well. So he's been calling games at the highest order for a long, long time.
Line out.
And he does take a pretty fair approach to explaining what the infringement is. Obviously, he doesn't want the players messing up.
Ball's in.
The call has been there,
Ball's in.
and official Jay has confirmed it is in.
Yeah, David's one of those referees you want on court with you because you know everything's just going to be fair and just, and he explains everything so well.
Oh, big reach, unable to get it back over. Yeah, well, as I refer to them as the white sleeves, we've got the refs everywhere, but they're rocking the blue this tournament. Big referee turnout. It's awesome to see.
Line out.
Unsuccessful double-hander back in there for Skuman.
Six. 8-0.
Oh, lunging effort.
Point.
I think for Nicola, this match, she's just hitting balls in, making her opponent make the errors, and I think that's all she needs to do in this match so far. She hasn't had to like push herself too far.
Line out. 0-7. Line out. 7-0. Line out.
And I believe, if I'm reading the brackets right, the winner of this match will go up against the winner of Katie Hart and Gabby May.
0-7.
Available
Line out.
via Pickleball brackets as well. All of the pickleballtournaments.com, all of the available information for this event.
Wow.
Oh, so much effort.
Great gets.
Point.
Our ball. You know what I love, Aaron? I'm just looking across the crowd, and it's like an all-Australian lineup of just Australian legends here at this event. It's so cool.
Yeah, you got some of the Masters champions. You got
Yeah. Juniors as well.
juniors.
So many of our youngsters here to cheer on the pros.
This event's not one to be missed.
No,
You
it's
want to
good.
see all these guys. You want to see the Australians really take it up to the US players. I know a few of the other players that got knocked out earlier in the men's singles have gone home, and I'm like, I'm too much of a pickleball addict to leave. That's why I'm commentating. Afterwards, I'll be sitting courtside helping some
Yeah,
players,
cheering them
watching.
on.
I just love it too much. I would be here to midnight if I could.
Yeah, well, we always say it's the fastest growing sport in the world, but I think it's the most addictive sport. Viewers at home would definitely know what I'm talking about. So we have a match point
10-0.
scenario here for Skuman. Quick hands.
Yeah, I think I would have withdrawal symptoms if I didn't play pickleball for too long.
Yeah, look, for me, transitioning from playing tournaments to commentating them, it was tough.
0-10.
Just do both like I am.
Yeah, well. Lob is long.
Point.
Shimmer getting the first points on the board.
1-10. Point.
It's better from Saina, keeping Skuman back. Couple of unforced errors.
I think Nicola's just a little bit tight for trying to finish off this match. It's always that last point's the hardest one.
Yeah, the 10-point hump, I refer to it as. Oh,
Wow. Wish I had that back end.
man. Strikes it so cleanly. Once again, match point situation here.
10-2.
Out.
Flat out. Two 10. Point. Three 10.
Wow.
So lethal. I was talking to couple legends from the Queensland pickleball space who really helped build the Moreton Bay pickleball region. They're here as well, and I was like, guys, like, why'd you come to this event? It's like, Dylan, this is a world-class event. We would not miss this
10-3.
for anything.
A flight to Melbourne's a lot cheaper than a flight to the US, that's for sure. That's what people got to remember.
Match secured. Skuman goes through very quickly, and for Shimmer, it's all over.
Thank you.
As that's 2 quick games done and dusted. And I believe we were talking about our other games going on. We talked about Rose Van Rieck and Sarah Burr, I believe, because she's standing here on the sideline. I'm going to assume the Rose Van Rieck has gone through. I'm just checking our draw as we speak for our viewers at home. But it's been a lot of fun thus far. We've had the gentleman. I can confirm Van Rieck will go through, and she'll be taking on Caitlin Christian.
Wow, that'll be fun. The Rose is right up there with Summer on the Australian scene of the women's singles.
Yeah.
So if Rose plays her best, she can really take it to the #1 seed.
Man, got some big games coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We will go to a break, and we'll be back live with our next set of games. Keep in mind, we do have some more of the gentlemen as well today. And for our viewers at home that are wondering whether we'll be showing our gold medals and bronze medals today, they'll be going through to Championship Sunday. Obviously, for our international viewers, you guys like it. We do this all the time. But in Australia and New Zealand, typically we go straight through and do all the medal matches. So Sunday is going to be nuts. We'll have all the bronzes and golds happening as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. So for some of our players, they get to have a well-deserved break until they have to play on Sunday. But we will go through to a commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get ready for our next set of games here live from Grandstand Court. Not too far away, APO. Lots of action happening to kick us off for this tournament. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open. We're underway with our men's singles once again here. We have a great game on display. Just kicked off. Bakala closest to camera. And Bakala is up against a familiar face for the Australian pickleball scene. Fuchs played in the MLPA, PPA format in the past. And that is a ripping shot down the right side to get us started. 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third game, the gentleman will rotate at 6. Utilising the Franklin X40s, of course.
1-0.
Yeah, well played. Bakala punching that down the left. Official Tanya calling this one. David Bakala, on his efforts to get through to this match, has taken down some big Australian names. The up-and-coming superstar Kyle Stoker
3-1.
took that scalp 11-8, 11-6 in the round of 32. Following that, he then took down Jay Grewal, captain of the Southern Stars, the New Zealand superstar himself, in 3 games. 11-5, 10-12, 11-3. For Fook, it's been a much more simple process.
2-3.
Clean games all the way through.
Point. 3-3. Point. 4-3.
Oh, lunging effort.
Out.
Bakala getting it back. Absolute pleasure calling the events for Hun last season.
3-4. Point.
Funny figure, both him and Marcel Chan, and all of the work they've done to promote the pickleball space.
4-3.
Oof. A lightning bolt from the baseline. That brings us to a 2-point lead. Quite chilly here at the moment in Melbourne, considering we are in the middle of summer for all of our international viewers tuning in. So typically anywhere between a 28 to a 32 Celsius degree day,
Point.
which is quite warm. There's a Bakala there with an unforced error, called a timeout. 3-point difference between the two gentlemen. But today it is quite cool. I did speak to a couple Melbourneites, people that live here in Melbourne, and they did have a scorcher last week. It was up in the 40s, which is very warm. But this week, it's expected to be nice and cool. And in our wonderful Melbourne Convention Centre that we're all currently playing in, you can definitely feel it. There's a lot of players rocking the jumpers. And as such, the players are really utilising their warm-up times as much as they can, considering they may be a little bit cool leading into the event. I was having a bit of a giggle with some of our players from the Southeast Asian continent, and fair to say they were very cold. We're not accustomed to this sort of cool on the equator. Let us continue. Timeout over, 6-3.
Point. Seven, three.
Oh, wonderful shot. Flicking it down the right side. And Hun is on a big run here. Got the pleasure to go to the PPA Vietnam Open last year. Wow, talk about a growing scene. Oof. They love their pickleball over there. Big smash. Dave getting it back. I did mention in the last broadcast with Aaron Blitz that it's not just the Australian Pickleball Open. Like, we have the Vietnamese, the Indian fan base, New Zealand.
3-8.
Put away with these.
Point.
We have quite a few Tongan and Samoan players. Last match we had Seina Shima from Japan, as well as our South Korean friends come across for this event as well. Oh, yeah. Not sure if that one was going out. Bakala will take it, though. Let's serve.
5-8. Side out. 8-5.
Outrageous.
Point.
Great athleticism for the fellas. Wooden puts that one away. Incredibly nimble player. Bounces around the court. Deals with it with ease. And we have had our ladies start their events. We will be bouncing back and forth between the gentlemen and the ladies throughout this afternoon.
5. Point.
That brings up a game point situation. Dave Bakala calling a timeout. Now remember, we do have Championship Sunday where we will call all of the medal matches. And as a result, this afternoon we'll have majority of the time we'll be calling the ladies. We've already had some thrillers take place with our ladies thus far. My goodness, we have more to come. I believe we will have the queen of the Australian pickleball scene, Sarah Burr, also jumping in the commentary booth a little bit later on to give some insight within the women's singles space, which is always a good thing. But what a buzz this has had. For our international viewers, we are live in Melbourne, which is on the southern side of Australia, hence it's a little bit cooler. But no scary animals down here, I can tell you that. The players have really, really come together for this event. It's been a very electric vibe thus far. Building up to this event, the entire Australian pickleball base, New Zealand pickleball space as well, has really got behind it.
We have 2. Are you ready, guys?
Game point opportunity here, 10-5. And that's a return error. First game secured for Hun. Fook did play for the age racers in our MLPA format. He's just coming off here for his first season. For his second season, sorry. And it's good to see him back on the Australian shore once more. But regarding the Melbourne pickleball space and how it continues to grow, obviously we have Pickleball Victoria as well. as the local state body. We do things a little bit differently here in the Australian pickleball space, as in the States all work towards the national body. Obviously, our American friends, you guys have a lot more states than we do here in Australia. So we did have Aaron Blitz in the commentary booth earlier from Pickleball Victoria, and he was really big on growing the tournament space here and it all coming together. Needless to say, Victoria is one of the up-and-coming regions of the Australian pickleball scene, just regarding member numbers and growth. It's fair to say, as I know a lot of our American viewers tuning in right now, the Australian space, kind of where we're at. Obviously, America, you guys have had it for a long time, but here in Australia, it's only been less than 10 years, and we already have professional events, which is kind of crazy to consider, just the growth of the sport and the mass amount of people getting amongst our wonderful sport. It's really exciting to see, and being able to come down and watch some of our pros from other countries has been an absolute pleasure. We can get started, game 2 underway. Wonderful start. Bacala double-handed backhand down the left side. And that is what he'll be looking to build some form with.
1-0. Side out.
Service error.
0-1. Side out.
Oh, what a shot.
Point.
Passing down the right side. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we have some absolute thrillers going on at the moment. Australian Vuk Velichkovic, who we had earlier, took down Tom Evans, has taken game 1 against Gabe Tardio
1-1.
in their singles match as well.
Point.
Called wide. The winner of this match will take on Tyson McGuffin
Side out.
in the semi-finals, as he did take down Mitchell Hargraves earlier today. McGuffin looked like he had a little bit of a lower limb complaint, but
1.
he pushed through, played incredibly well.
Side out.
Kwandong has already gone through as well. He took down Maximilian Wild quite simply
1-1.
in 2 quick games.
Point.
Had the pleasure of calling one of Duong's games on this court earlier today against Australian Robert Sterling. And oh boy, I can understand after seeing it in person now
2-1.
why he has such a big fan base over in the States.
Point.
Just didn't hit the pedal as cleanly as he would have liked. It's a side out once more. Dave Bacala really needs to build here. That is a terrific shot. Confidence booster. Double bounce. Tied game. Just what the doctor ordered for Bacala.
3-3. Side out.
Hun responds. I have brought it up in the past. We have quite a lot of Huins here in Australia. The Vietnamese pickleball base is massive here in Australia. The exact same spelling as Phuc,
3-3.
just pronounced differently. Different parts of the world, different pronunciations. And my goodness, what a shot. Just on the wide side. At the Melbourne Convention Centre here, I can't overstate just how big this venue is. It is outrageous how much room we have.
3-4.
That's a terrific shot there for Bacala down the line. We're in quite a large, very high ceiling room here, and there's about another 13 of them next to us.
4-4. Side out.
Utilising the pickle roll service as well. Cut a mouse, that goes long.
Side out.
The fellas just trading side outs currently.
4-4.
ATP is good. Cheeky grin from Bacala. And the fellas are just discussing the rule regarding going past the plane of the net, which is a different rule change for our usual player base here in Australia, New Zealand.
Side out.
He's Hun getting it back once more. I believe that's the first ATP I've called today, come to think of it. A lot of baseline driving
5.
thus far. Considering we had the Australian Open for the tennis here in Melbourne last week. I imagine there may be some of these players a little bit inspired from our tennis friends, staying back at the baseline a little bit more. That roll is good.
Side out. Five. Side out.
Bacala hitting that a bit awkwardly, side out once more.
Point.
Roll.
Six. 5.
And we've got a service fault here. Konon Hun. We can see our official just explaining the North-South. These gentlemen know the rules well and truly.
This morning, I'll call the score 6-5.
That's a return error there for Bacala. Terrific drive. And we have a timeout here on the side of Bacala. Doesn't seem too impressed with his shots thus far. He did have a good passage of play there to get some points back on the board, but Hun has responded very strongly. And it seems our championship court is also having a bit of a breather as well, as a bunch of players coming over to watch this game. Our championship court is just next to us. We've got a big closed off area. LED lights in the works. It's been a lot of fun for our Australian viewers, I can tell you that much. They come in and think it's an absolute spectacle. Here in Australia, we've got so many venues getting amongst the Australian pickleball scene, but also the technology and the court space continues to grow as well. It's awesome to see. If you are someone that wants to travel to Australia to play pickleball, by the way, take your pick which state you head to. We play pretty much everywhere, as well as our New Zealand fan base as well. What an emerging space that continues to grow. As Huna's returned to court, and he looks ready to go. Bacala opting to have his breather as well. We've had quite a few medical timeouts this morning. The gentlemen in the men's singles division especially have really opted to have their lower limbs looked at, considering we've had a couple knee and hamstring niggles. And Hun continues to build here.
9-5.
Called long. And this brings up a game point situation and a match point to take on Tyson McGuffin.
5.
Oh, outrageous. What a shot. And there we go. Victory secured. Unfortunately for Dave Bacala, that is his singles campaign finished. Fulk will go through and play in the semis against Tyson McGuffin. Not too far away when we get through to our championship Sunday, but the matches will continue today. We have our ladies singles events continuing as we speak. We will continue those events on the streams. Once again, you can catch all the streams for Grandstand Court here on our YouTube channel and Pickleball TV for Championship Court Pickleball TV. It's been a lot of fun this morning. We've had so many awesome games. And we are going to have a bit of a commercial break, and we'll get stuck into our next set of games live here from the Proton Australian Pickleball Open, not too far away. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Proton Australian Pickleball Open, live from the Melbourne Convention Centre. My name's Dylan Kimlin, sitting alongside me, Sarah Burr. We're about to get underway with some ladies singles action. Currently warming up on our screen, we have someone that you're very familiar with, Andy Dikasavjevic, warming up.
Absolutely. She's playing amazing pickleball today. She's had a couple of close matches to get to this point, but I'm expecting this one to be an absolute cracker of a match as well.
Yeah, tell me about it. And her opposition, she's up against Bianchina, who's the number 2 seed. So fair to say Andy D's got her work cut out for her. But an absolute ray of sunshine on the court, Andy. You very rarely see her in a grumpy mood.
No,
She's probably just happy to be out there playing pickleball.
she is. She's very calm and composed, and I think her play is quite similar too. Like you'll see, she's quite sort of calculated in the way she hits the ball, going for placement over power, just getting consistent depth. She's a real pleasure to watch on the court.
Yeah, and official for this game, Julie Campbell calling this one. This will be 3 games to 11, win by 2. Should we get to a third game, the ladies will rotate at 6, utilising the Franklin X40s. Now, Sarah, you played this morning, your first game against Rose Van Reek. We won't get into the scores of it, but it didn't go as well as you would have liked.
Not quite as well as I would have liked, but Rose just played amazing, so I'm very happy. So as much as it's sad to be the loser in a match like that, also proud. We call Rose an Aussie, even though she's technically Dutch.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great match. Good fun to be on centre court in front of a wonderful crowd and having fun out there.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Geez, the Melbourne fans have come out in force. They're everywhere.
They're everywhere out there, and they're very vocal, and yeah, they're lots of fun.
Yeah. And the ladies, more or less getting ready. Sarah, you've obviously played on this surface with these balls this morning. Is there anything, what can the viewers anticipate for such a match like this?
Yeah, so you'll probably notice it looks a little bit slower than you might be used to with other PPA events. It is pickle roll, and we're using the X40, which is generally known to be a slightly slower ball.
Yep.
So maybe some extended rallies, and you'll find the girls really getting low on the ball to get underneath it, to rip their top spin shots, as they like to do. But yeah, it's going to be a great match here.
Yeah, and it looks like official Campbell's given us the okay as we can get started. 0-0.
Time in.
Let's get underway.
0-0.
I have no idea how Dikasavjevic managed to land that in the corner. Second shot goes long.
1-0. Point.
Quick couple of points on the board here for Bianchina.
She's got an absolute monster of a serve. It's so deep and hefty. So Andy's doing a great job to actually get in there and making her way to the kitchen too.
Side out.
I was saying earlier in the broadcast, we've obviously just had the Australian Open for the tennis live here in Melbourne last week.
0-2.
Yes, it was such an amazing event to have pickleball showcased for the first time in a tennis Grand Slam. So it was very fortunate to be part of that experience.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether these ladies are reverting back to their tennis days. We're seeing a lot of heavy driving,
Definitely.
big serves.
3-0.
I feel like that's the key with singles in pickleball. It's just the deep serve and deep return. It's really the points over if you haven't done one of those two things.
That's called wide. Dikasavjevic getting it back once more. The new captain for the Northern Crocs.
Yeah, she's really holding her own here against Bianchina, who's got a lot of experience behind her from the US. So it's nice to see our Aussie girls holding their own.
That's long. It's crazy to consider how relatively new to pickleball Andy D is. So just over a year, I'd say.
Yeah, it's like she's been around forever. She just is so smooth and, like I said, calm and composed.
That's a terrific double-handed backhand.
So we've had a special request, Dylan, from our YouTube followers to throw in some more Aussie slang. So
Oh,
we'll
my
do our
goodness.
best.
Can I have a guess who may have given such a request?
A shout out to the Discord.
Yeah.
Apparently our Aussie accents are very soothing.
Oh, that's nice to know. I'm just glad that we're literate. Oh, there we go, Andy D at the net. Yeah, I've already had a bunch of our Kiwi fans tune in, and they've given us a big shout out as well. The New Zealand faithful have been watching in masses for this event.
So awesome. So we've had a timeout called here on court.
Yeah, Bianchina having a bit of a quick breather. And Sarah, I have noticed that this morning that we've had very quick timeouts. The players are opting to, I guess, have a break immediately, early in the game.
Yeah, I think anytime you can break momentum, I think it's so important. We've seen the research and we've seen it previous tournaments, but breaking momentum rhythm of your opponents can be super effective. So timeouts are there for a reason. And I feel like if you don't use them, then you lose them. So
well, I mentioned earlier in the broadcast we had Tom Evans taking on Vuk, and what a thriller of a match that was. And Vuk used his timeout very similar to this. Used it immediately, and then had a change of mentality, came out firing straight after that. So we'll see if Bianchina can do the same.
Indeed. I feel like these ladies are so evenly matched on their ground strokes. I think she's maybe having a little think on the bench there about what can she do different, how can she sort of get on top in the points, because I feel like they're just both sort of back. And actually I think Andy's got the slight advantage coming forward to the kitchen. So interested to see what she does here.
1, 2.
Well, the hustle there from Dikasavic, unable to get it back over.
Yeah, it's a beautiful touch there from Bianchina.
Andy D, the 11th seed for this tournament. She's done very well in the Australian pickleball space leading up to this event.
Yeah, she sure has. She's just consistently right there. She had a really tight match with Selena Tarulia leading into this. So it was a 3-set battle. She came out on top. It was 4-11, 11-5, 11-4.
Kitchen fault.
Ooh, eagle eyes there
Yeah.
by Julie.
Julie,
Ref.
not one to be trifled with. Calling that immediately.
Not at
1,
all.
2.
Oh, great rally there. So we're starting to see Bianchina really return deep to Andy's forehand to potentially then open up the backhand. So it'll be interesting to see if that pattern continues.
Yeah, and it does seem that she has won a couple of points here by dropping it into the kitchen as well, keeping Andy back.
Yeah, definitely.
I remember interviewing you a long time ago about women's singles, Sarah, and you said that it's an incredibly lonely game being out there by yourself.
It is, definitely. I feel like personally, I feel it's much more rewarding to win games in doubles, just because you've got someone else to celebrate with. You go through your ups and downs together, and yeah. But there's people like these lovely ladies out here who do an amazing job at singles.
Ooh, ripper of a rally. Bianchina unable to get it back over. And that lob return from Andy D gets her out of trouble.
Sure does. The thing with Andy, despite the fact she hasn't been playing very long, she does have a really high pickleball IQ. She makes really smart decisions, and she's on the move and she's athletic, but she actually never really looks super rushed, in my opinion.
1, 2.
That's a terrific shot there from Dikasavic, starting to build some momentum.
Yeah, case in point, I think because she moves so well to the ball, when she actually strikes the ball, she's balanced and she hits a really nice, clean shot.
Oh, painting lines, what a shot. Taking a 1-point lead.
See here if Bianchina goes for that deep return to Andy's forehand down the line.
Seeing a bit of a trend form.
3-2.
It's too good. It was actually right. She got the sort of ball that she wanted. She was looking to volley that next ball, but Andy managed to get some nice roll on that ball and just take away the opportunity.
4-2.
Dikasavic starting to run amok here.
She is firing on all cylinders here.
We've had some awfully close games against some of the top-seeded players thus far. I mean, we just had Tardio taking on Vuk,
5-2.
and that was a thriller of a match on championship court.
It was indeed. Bianchina's just incredulous at the moment how she's painting these lines, wondering if it can continue. She's going for another timeout
Second
here.
timeout, yep. Players are allowed 2 timeouts and 1 medical timeout. So that's the last of Bianchina's timeouts for these games. Now, Sarah, you've been such a role model for the female pickleball space here in Australia. If we have any young ladies watching, what can you give them tips for within getting involved with the women's pickleball space?
Yeah, just get out there and play. I always preach about the importance of drilling as opposed to just playing matches. Obviously, it's really fun to play matches, and that's what we all get hooked on in the beginning. But if you really want to improve and go up through the ranks and play tournaments, then you definitely need to drill.
Yeah, there you go,
So,
youngsters.
drill. That's my advice. And actually watch the pros, like watch what's been done. That's how you develop that pickleball IQ. It's not just all about the mechanics of your shots, but it's knowing what shots to hit and court positioning and footwork and everything else. So yeah, watch the pros, drill, and most importantly, just keep having fun with pickleball.
Well, that's the big thing, right? And I know PPA is so big with the PPA juniors as well. So we've got plenty of youngsters here in the Australian pickleball space anyway. They continue to get involved with our wonderful sport. The ladies have returned to the court, and we can get started once more. Dikasavic with a 4-point lead.
6-2.
Good timeout.
Good timeout. Took the words right out of my mouth, Dylan.
And that ball is rolled away. Help is on hand. Bianchina, opportunity here.
So she'll be looking for a nice deep serve to put some early pressure on Andy.
That's a terrific shot.
Yeah, beautiful. She executed that serve and then approached forehand and then got that short cross-court angle to Andy's backhand.
3-6.
And talking about Australian legends of the single space, we have Summer Dalabona hopping on championship court, available on Pickleball TV. She is up against Jessie Irvine.
Amazing. That's going to be a firecracker of a match.
Oh, smashed and put away with ease.
She's finding some great angles with those overheads.
3-6. Timeout.
I don't know if the camera does it justice, just how hard she hits the ball on that service.
She has an incredible serve, actually.
6-3.
That was a terrific return.
Yeah, and she actually switched it up and went to the backhand that time and then crossed forehand with the volley. So she's thinking things through here. Trying some different spots in the court.
3-6.
That's beautiful touch there.
There's that drop again, and the reason why I bring up Irvine and Dalabona is the winner of this match will verse the winner of that.
So many amazing matches to come. It's exciting.
Oh, we may have a potential Northern Crocs clash.
We could, indeed.
I imagine our international friends may have something to say about that, however. Side out, Dikasavic getting it back in once more.
6-4.
Terrific. In the corner. She is in fine form.
She sure is. She's staying nice and low, keeping the ball low, and you'll notice she's not over-hitting the ball. She's not hitting it at 100% by any means. Just using placement over power.
Line out.
Just a bit low there.
Bianchina is really coming forward when she can, trying to get control of that
Yep.
kitchen.
Savovich painting the court at the moment. And you did mention the transition to the kitchen line, Sarah. So we're seeing a slight difference of play here between the two ladies in regards to that kitchen dominance.
Yeah, a little bit, although Andy did manage to come forward that time. Obviously, the receivers got the early advantage to come forward, but they're both very, very competent, players from the baseline, so they don't necessarily have to rush forward to the net. But in general, I have to say Bianchina has been the one coming forward and trying to use that angled drop volley.
4-7.
Yeah, it's nearly immediate, right?
Right, she really is trying to come forward when she can, where I think Andy's kind of waiting for the right moment, as we saw just there. She's sort of waiting. She's got such beautiful touch at the net, Bianchina, with those little drop volleys. And Andy was halfway in then, so you would think she could almost get to that ball, but she's just got such slight touch.
Well, that's the 4th or 5th rally win that Bianchina has with that subtle drop into the kitchen. So it's clearly working.
It's an unfortunate missed serve there, but like I said, you need to go for deep serves, deep returns in singles. So
Pummeled.
Line out.
Yeah, those gentlemen in the crowd on that corner, I'd be a little bit scared standing there considering how hard these ladies can hit the ball.
for sure.
5-7.
Service called long. No challenge.
Yeah, she really is trying to get into that corner with the serve, get the early advantage.
Oh, what a rally.
What a hustle there.
And this has been a much better phase here for Bianchina. She's trucking along.
She's really committing to a game plan. The plan we're seeing where she's returning deep to the forehand and then doing the little drop cross volleys to the backhand short. Seems to be working for her, so she's persevering with it.
Just short, 1 point game. And I do wonder in such a long battle of attrition here, as Andy D still has 2 timeouts available,
6-7.
whether that'll come into play later on.
I'd imagine maybe one more point and she calls a timeout if the score levels.
Send it to the crowd.
And here's the timeout. Yep.
Ah, it's almost like you know what you're talking about, Sarah. Good call. As we have the ladies hopping off, having a breather. What a wonderful week it's been thus far, Sarah, as the players have really descended upon the Australian pickleball scene. We know that there's a lot of Queensland faithful. You're obviously the captain of the Gold Coast Glory, and what a wonderful season ahead you guys have.
We do.
But from I guess, coming to Melbourne to play pickleball, how have you found it?
Yeah, it's been really fun and just meeting new people, some old people, people I've met before and coached before, sort of, it all coming together. The weather's been interesting, I'll say that much. We've had days that have been sort of a top of 22 degrees,
Yep.
and then the next day was 42 degrees.
Yep.
So getting used to that's been interesting. And then obviously we're indoors at the moment. So, it's quite nice to not have to deal with the elements.
That's right, and that's in Celsius for
Yes.
our international viewers. So it has, it's been all over the place. Melbourne's renowned for that. They have 4 seasons in one day, but we can continue to play tied game. This game 1 been an absolute ripper thus far.
7-7.
Bianchina has taken the lead. She has chipped away.
She has. It's an important point right here for Andy.
Rally. Terrific play there from Bianchina once more. Andy Dikasavic did approach the kitchen earlier than we've seen in the last couple of rallies.
For sure. But Bianchina just had the angle still at her disposal there, and she used them well. She's really doing a good job of commanding the kitchen line. Yeah, and Andy's calling a second timeout here.
And we can see she's got Lucas Pascoe here on the sidelines.
Yeah, she sure does.
Who's one of our up-and-coming superstars. He did play earlier today. Unfortunately, had a knee complaint and had to medically retire. So hence why he's sitting here cheering his fellow Australian on.
Yeah, he was actually doing a really good job in his match against Tyson McGuffin. Had a little bit of a stumble in the middle of a tight point at the kitchen line, and yeah, a little bit of a knee tweak, but we're hoping that his youth gets him through and he's able to keep playing the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, I had a chat to him earlier. He said he thinks it'll be okay. The first words he said to me was, it wasn't career ending. And I was like, oh, I don't ever want to hear that term being used when we talk about injuries. So that is awesome to see. But for the players on hand, Sarah, there's certain international players coming. Have you had a chance to play with any of the international ladies leading up to this event?
No, I actually haven't.
Oh, they're keeping their cards close to their chest.
They are,
They're not,
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, but that's fair enough too. We've got big prize money on display and the prestige of winning the first APO. The ladies are all out.
They are.
For dare I say, the glory. Bianchina to bring it in.
It's a really well constructed point by Andy there. She committed to the deep return and then commanded the kitchen line early, and then essentially just moved Bianchina from side to side. Oh, unfortunate lob. Went a little bit long in that instance, but she's trying different things here.
Yeah. We have a game point situation here for Bianchina to secure game one. Pummel. I was going to say, we're watching Padel. The ladies just lobbing each other. But Dikasavic survives. And what do you think she needs to do here, Sarah?
Dave Fleming would tell her to put that drop volley away. He's not a fan of that shot. It was not really well executed in that instance, but she got away with it with her athleticism. Yeah, Andy really does need to go for those deep returns here, and then she needs to come and command that kitchen line. Oh my goodness.
Slightly unorthodox way to finish out game one. That was crazy. Bianchina secures it.
Yeah, that was a great first match. She really turned things around well. I think Andy had the upper hand in the beginning.
Yeah, what a response.
Yeah, she really showed her experience, keeping calm and composed.
Yeah, I do feel it's almost a little bit tense, this game. You can feel it, Bianchi. The ladies are definitely going all out, and we can see both benches in heavy discussion right now here at the Melbourne Convention Centre. Now, Sarah, for your games later on today, later on this weekend, so who are you teaming up with?
So I'm with Vish Masand. Yeah, so my Gold Coast Glory teammate from last season. So we're teaming up again together. So looking forward to that. Double lefty just
combination.
Hopefully some of the American players haven't sussed us out just yet. Yeah, so really looking forward to playing with Vish. We've had a little bit of training the last week together back at home. So yeah, looking forward to that. We've got a tough match for our first round. We've got Rob Sterling and Summer Dalabona. So that'll be a firecracker of a match.
Yeah.
And then for women's doubles, I'm playing with Nicola Skuman.
Oh, well, talk about up-and-coming superstars. She played
Yeah.
terrifically well in our games earlier today.
Yeah.
And I imagine she will feature heavily throughout this tournament. Nicola's an
Absolutely.
up-and-coming superstar, #1 draft pick in our most recent season as well. So,
Yeah, she's playing great pickleball at the moment. Had a win last week at the AO in the team event, so
Yeah.
she's cashed up, happy, confident, and
man.
really looking forward to playing with her.
yeah, imagine being her age and you're already winning massive tournaments. Ah,
Tough life.
yeah, I'm only slightly jealous, but we can watch from the sidelines as
That's
this wonderful
right.
game 2 is about to kick off. Dikasavic closest to the camera to bring it in. 0-0. That's down the wide side. Can you anticipate any changes in Dikasavic's play?
Potentially coming forward earlier, because I've noticed she's taking 2 to 3 shots to come forward on the return. She could potentially go for a slightly heftier return and come forward earlier.
ATP.
That's a fantastic point. Her other option might be to go for some more rolled angles, like shorter roll angles, because she tends to hit sort of deep into the back of the court.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe use the depth of the court could be an option for her here.
Well, we are seeing Biakina have quite a lot of success with that cross-court shorter shot that you may be referring to.
Yeah, we'll see if Andy was to use some shorter rolls, it wouldn't give Bianchina the opportunity to volley the next ball high out of the air and create short angles of her own. So just something she could do, although she's doing a great job of just hitting nice, flat, deep sideline shots
Yeah,
here.
a lot of passing shots. And there's that backhand you mentioned, Sarah, earlier. Working once again for Bianchina. She gets the serve for a 0-2.
0-2.
Well placed.
Really good anticipation from Bianchina there.
1-2.
Oh, what a
incredible
rally.
point. Just incredible from both ladies there, showing their precision, their athleticism. That was pickleball at its finest right
Yeah,
there.
that was terrific. Bianchina did so well to get herself back into it, but Andy D finds another gear.
Yeah, she had a great lob in the middle of that over Andy's backhand shoulder.
2-1.
So that was that sort of roll attempt that Andy tried there. It was just a little smidge high, but not a bad strategy for her there, just to try and get a dipping ball to Bianchina as she's trying to move forward.
Point.
Tied game. You can see Andy's really trying to paint those lines.
Yeah, she is.
2-2.
There's that cross shot.
Beautiful shot there, really pulling Bianchina off the court. That's the roll we're talking about. That's just using it beautifully here. Really putting pressure on the Bianchina backhand. incredible play there. She's got a bit of momentum building here. We'll be interested to see if we see a timeout. We've got a strategic towel down.
Yeah, timeout.
And a timeout. There we go. I'm getting good at calling these, Dylan.
Mate, you've been playing pickleball longer than just about everyone in Australia, so I'm sure if anyone knows when to call a timeout, it's you, Sarah.
Promise I'm not winking at them or anything.
But your advice, what you would suggest for Andy in regards to those cross shots, she seems to have followed up on it. And as
Am
a
I
result,
talking really loud or something?
I think we're okay. But what a terrific game thus far. Regarding the change of play for Andy D, you've mentioned a couple of things that she's done here now. Do you feel the back foot now the pressure is on Bianchina, or?
Yeah, for sure. I think Bianchina's going to have to sort of counter-adjust because
Okay.
obviously we've got these backhand roll, like lower shots to her backhand, so she's got to work out, well, that's coming. What do I do with this shot now? What's my strategy here to counteract that change?
Okay.
So I'm looking, for Bianchina here to whether she tries to, aggressively roll this ball back to Andy's backhand, or is she going for a down the line shot to pull, Andy out of position?
Receiver has one more timeout for this game. Now 2, 4, 2.
It's a good thing the ceiling is very high up. That ball
Indeed.
went a long way up, but
2, 4.
just lands on the wide side. Bianchina to bring it in once more. 2-point game. There you go, Andy D.
Clean winner for Andy there.
She's had some terrific passing shots.
Yeah, it was a really lovely compact swing on that ball.
4, 2.
It's worked for her in the past.
Yeah, so it looked like Bianchina tried to do a little bit of a drop volley off the roll from Andy, but quite a difficult shot to hit.
Put away with ease.
Yeah, that was probably a better strategy there, actually volleying that ball to Andy's backhand, getting her on the move, and then setting up a beautiful, easy put away.
5.
Great passing
That's
shot.
an
I
insane
believe it was called out anyway.
Oh, it was wide.
Bianchina getting it back once more.
3, 5.
So precise there.
It's funny, right? You talk to singles players and they enjoy singles because there's not much dinking. And we've seen a lot of subtle shots in the kitchen throughout this match thus far.
Yeah, we have. Lots of these little drop volleys and a little bit of kitchen play is a little bit unusual in women's singles in particular. The men like to play a little bit of cat and mouse, but
Line out. 5, 4.
so calm and composed. She's held off, hesitated for just an extra split second so that she could sort of wrong foot Bianchina there. Really smart play by Andy.
Well, we haven't mentioned her high-level tennis background too, Andy Dikasavovich. College level in America.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You can just see by how clean she strikes the ball, and just the timing is just impeccable. She's like on the love Andy, but she's on the shorter side of things. But she just uses her compactness well, like just with her, you know, the way she strikes the ball.
Oh, that's called out.
Oof. Got a challenge on the line call here.
Bianchina with the challenge. Confirmed out by our official.
So we have seen Bianchina use the lob a little bit in this match against Andy.
8-4.
8-4, what a response here from Dikasavovich. Grandstand Crowley.
It's great footwork there. You see what I mean? The way she moves quickly to the ball, but by the time she's at the ball, she's set again, so she can hit a nice shot.
Oh, what a
That
shot.
was a fantastic shot.
Digging that out from the baseline. Big from Bianchina, and she gets the ball back and calls a timeout to have a breather.
Yeah, she did a great job to make the ball dip as Andy was getting to it.
Sarah, I'm curious. As we had a call there that Bianchina, I don't think she had a problem with it, but she obviously challenged it, so she disagreed with the call. Are you someone that if a call goes against you, are you someone that fires up, or do you just put it away?
I usually just put it away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I try not to let it get to me too much.
Yeah.
Actually, my probably worst thing is when someone questions one of my line calls,
Ah.
and then I almost get guilt, and I almost always lose the next point because I feel like
Yeah,
then
okay.
I'm in my own head. Was I right? Like,
Yeah,
did I
okay.
get it wrong?
You're too nice.
Yeah,
That's that school teacher coming out. But because I do find, and we did have it happen earlier today with a gentleman where a call was made and they fired up and it actually gave them momentum.
Yeah.
So yeah, different mentalities for different players, I suppose, with how they approach things. But what a response here we've had from Dikasavjevic. She really wants to force this game 3. If we do get to a game 3, by the way, we will swap at 6. I mean, to be fair, I don't think there's any favoured sides on these
No,
courts.
not really.
We
I
don't have
think
any.
Visibility's good. Obviously, we don't have any wind or sun or anything like that. So
Bianchina to bring it in.
All right, everybody, head on over to Championship Court. We've got our first semifinal match of the day. Championship Court is open up to everybody. We've got U.S. player Tyson McGuffin,
we have
the
the
number 1 seed. taking
Booming
on
voice coming from Championship Court for our next game happening up.
Over on Championship Court. Head on over. It's your last chance to watch Tyson
But
McGuffin today.
for
Head on over to Championship Court.
Bianchina, she's just patiently waiting.
4-9.
Now we can continue once more. Put away.
just absolutely took the kitchen line there. Really good anticipation.
It excites me to see Bianchina play doubles,
5-9.
Yeah.
considering how well she's played in the kitchen this match.
She has a huge serve too. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it translates on the screen, but she really does hit the serve.
I would
to
love
left.
for us to get like a speedo
9-5.
to catch the speed of these serves.
That would be amazing.
Oh, ATP attempt.
Fantastic angles there by Andy using the roll.
Dikasavjevic moving to a game point situation.
10-5.
Put away.
Fantastic play. An
Game
absolute
2.
change of strategy there from Andy. You can see her utilising the sort of roll, sort of drop almost shot, as opposed to just going for those flat sort of passing shots and approach shots. She's really using angles and changing up the depth of the ball on the court, forcing Bianchina to hit more difficult volleys because she's clearly coming forward. So Andy's making sure that she's not giving her an easy ball.
Well, I was going to say that we also saw quite a few passing shots from Dikasavjevic in that game too. Do you find because Bianchina's coming up to the kitchen line so much that it does open up the sidelines a bit more?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you can sort of hold, because Andy's so composed, if she can hold that ball for a second, then she's got options as to where she's hitting the ball. She can kind of change it up at the last minute. And then, yeah, by using the rolls, she can sort of get Bianchina off position, out of position. Yeah, so she's doing
Exciting
a great
times
job.
ahead, that is for sure. As both ladies having a big breath here on the bench. Do you have anyone that jumps in your bench, Sarah? Like, do you have any coaching that you receive on the sidelines?
Not officially, not in singles. Singles, I'm like, everybody leave me alone.
Fair enough.
I need to deal with this myself. No, I have always people just, giving me kind words.
Yeah.
Got my parents here with me this weekend, so Dad was giving me a few pointers in my match, which is nice. But kind of all of us females are pretty friendly, and the gents too. Usually, if we need it, we come forward and help each other out.
Yeah, no, the Burr family as well as your sister Beck. You guys have been in the Australian pickleball scene for ages, so it's obviously so good to see your mum and dad down here
Yeah.
getting behind the players as well.
No, they're great. They just live and breathe pickleball like I do. Yeah, as you said, my sister Beck's playing. My husband Shannon's heavily involved as well.
Oh,
My
yeah.
daughter's playing. My son comes along from time to time when I can drag him away from the basketball court. But
You know, I would love to see Shannon in the commentary booth. We talked about using Australian slang earlier.
he'd be great. It's a great first point to open up for the third game here. So Bean Keener's looking for an early lead here to run away with a few easy points.
And we've just had confirmation that Summer Dalabona has taken down Jessie Irvine. So the winner of this game, yeah, well,
That's a big win for Australian pickleball there. What a retrieval.
what a rally.
Bianchina was just incredible in that point, just throwing everything at Andy.
Never say die attitude. The ladies digging in deep and Bianchina enjoying a little flurry of play here. Andy D sucking in those breaths. Tiring sport singles. Ooh,
Good leave.
ATP down the wide side, unsuccessful.
So this is an important point for Andy here. She needs to get a few points on the board early in this third game.
Hold out. Fist bump there for Dikasavic. She knew how important it was. Seems that she's playing a little bit more aggressive, Sarah.
She is, yeah. It's good to see a little bit of fire in Andy there, giving a little fist pump. That's about as much as you'll get from her.
Hands battle, net roll.
Fantastic point there.
And I thought Bianchina had her in trouble.
Yeah, she did. She really managed to stay on the point. I think the thing with Andy's drives is they're so low.
Yep.
So she keeps the ball low. It's really hard to sort of advance forward on such a low ball.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, it's a great pickup. So Andy sort of rolled the ball. But Bianchina had enough time there. She was really behind the ball. Was able to hit a nice winner off it.
Oh, what a shot.
Beautiful angle there.
Crest into the kitchen. Tied game, 2 apiece. Do you think fatigue will come into play at all? It's been a long game 3.
I feel like they're both so fit and they just don't look like they're tiring. I feel like they've got the energy in the tank there to go the whole way.
Oh, passing shot elite. Well, another thing we have to consider as viewers as well is that these ladies will be playing later on in the tournament too. So long games. As we have a timeout from Bianchina. Anything that's changed immediately, Sarah, that you feel that may come into play?
I think Bianchina is looking like she's been a little bit more aggressive on her approach shots. So she's getting a little bit more depth and speed on the ball, and maybe potentially trying to force some errors from Andy and maybe shorter or higher returns, or sort of higher ground strokes, I should say, from Andy. But Andy seems to be really committing to the sort of the roll. So she's sort of mixing up her like deep ground strokes, but with some definite rolls there, mainly to the backhand. But we have seen a few to the forehand side as well. So I think be interesting to see how the next few points pans out and whether further little micro adjustments are made to the strategy.
I'm curious because obviously we've had a lot of American players come across and play here in Australia, and nearly all of them unanimously say that we play differently over here. Our play style is very different. Do you think that could potentially be a case here with this match? Bianchina might not be expecting this play style from Dikasavic.
Yeah, potentially. And maybe Bianchina's used to women coming forward earlier in the points, maybe. I'm not sure. But Andy's definitely most of the time taking 2 to 3 ground strokes before she comes in.
Down the wide side.
It's just a little bit wide. She actually read the ball well.
Bianchina will take it. We have a ball on court from our show court 3, which is available via YouTube as well. We can see on our kitchen cam there, we've got other games going on.
2-2.
Oh, floated it. That's unfortunate for Bianchina. She definitely had to put away. Exquisite.
Insane. Just beautiful use of depth there. I'm not sure if you noticed the roll one side, the roll other, and then deep to the back corner.
Yep.
Just like a math lesson here.
All the geometry.
Wow, she's really taken up another notch just in the last 2 to 3 minutes here.
The top spin that Andy D is applying to the ball as well, making it very difficult for Bianchina to get it back.
She's sort of sneaky good, just the way she uses the angles. Like you said, top spin, and she's not hitting the ball that hard, but it's still so hard to deal with.
Yeah. And a quick couple of points here on display for the local.
Yeah, she's really locked in mentally. You can see it. Oh, a bit of an unfortunate bounce there.
It almost looked like Andy curtsied
She
after
did.
that. Have the serve back.
How elegant.
2-5.
Wow. That was a monster of a serve. So she did and a really good approach shot.
Yeah.
But Andy just managed to find a gap.
Where would you, I'm curious, considering your, and we'll answer this after this rally. Considering your position within the ladies' hierarchy of the Australian pickleball space, would you have, like, Andy, top 5, top 10?
100%. I actually met her earlier in passing and I said, Andy, you are going deep into this women's singles draw. And she's like, oh, I've got to play this person and that place. And I said, Andy, you have the goods.
There we go. High praise indeed. Just long.
Just pushing that one long. So Bianchina giving herself a little pep talk here. Big point for her here.
3-5.
That's an out ball. Dikasavic getting it back once more.
Yeah, Bianchina did a really good job to come forward and set up the angle.
Oh, returning error. And that is the 6 points. So the ladies will swap sides. Ooh, Sarah.
Well, this is as close as it can get.
Yeah, and I do wonder, as pretty much both games have been relatively close. Game 2, obviously, we did see a big break from Dikasavic to take the second. Do you feel that may happen here, or
I feel like Andy's got the upper hand at the moment, but I've just, knowing Bianchina's experience, that she could just get a second wind right at the end here and just pull through. Like, I can definitely tell she's got some mental strength there. She's got the shot, she's got the angles, she knows how to play this game, so I wouldn't be surprised either way.
it does feel to me that Bianchina's been very steady in regards to she hasn't flipped a switch to really take it to another level, where it does seem that Dikasavic has done that.
Agreed. I feel like that's why I mean, like, Andy's got the momentum right at this particular moment, but maybe we're going to see that from Bianchina here,
Yeah.
where she just lifts to another level.
I would love to see her fire here.
Yeah, she needs to, honestly. Something needs to happen here. Hasn't really been a huge adjustment to her game, I would say. I feel like we spoke about what Andy's done with using the rolls and then angles and things, whereas Bianchina's just really committed to deep shots coming forward and then the drop volley angles. Oh, and that's a missed return.
Oh,
Oh, that was unlucky.
very subtle attempt there from Dikasavic. Bianchina will take it, however.
Bianchina's volleys are just so sharp. She's got a lot of confidence at that kitchen line.
Oh, what a shot.
Wow. I thought Bianchina had gotten herself out of jail there, but in
Overhead
comes
smash.
Andy.
Dikasavic.
Put away. That ball's just wide, so Andy's got a bit of a lead here now at 8-3.
Huge momentum for Dikasavic.
Oh, that one's just wide, I believe. Big moment here for Bianchina.
What a rally.
Insane point. Some great pickups there from Bianchina.
And Dikasavic getting it back. The crowd behind her. This would be an upset. Number 2 seed currently down in game 3. And she's called a timeout. She recognises the moment.
Just realised that Bianchina's serve, it reminds me of Salome Davidze's serve, the open stance, and just how hefty it is.
Just rip it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think of Tom Evans. Like, going back to Australian players, he has a very similar. Helena Spridis, she doesn't strike it the same, but just stand and deliver.
Yes. Send it.
Yeah, literally that. There you go, Australian terminology. But this is huge if Dikasavic can pull this off. Obviously, taking on Summer Delabona is box office, by the way, viewers at home. For our international viewers, if you haven't had the chance to watch Summer Delabona play singles,
Best backhand in Australian pickleball. I remember the first time I ever saw Summer play, it was about 100 metres away, and I went, who is that?
Yeah.
And what is that backhand? That is insane.
I refer to her as double barrel Dalabona for a reason. You want to see what she can do. Let us get underway once more. Dikasavic, momentum on hand. Can she secure this crucial point? Bianchina says no, give me that ball back.
Huge moment for her there. Bianchina going back to her strengths there of the volleys.
3-8. One out.
And baseline drive unsuccessful.
8-3.
Well played.
Insane rally.
Yeah, they're covering a lot of court, these ladies.
Love to know what their step count is at the end of this
Yeah.
match. Off the charts.
Yeah, it's been a long one thus far. Entertaining.
3-8.
Can Bianchina respond?
Ooh.
That's a net roll. She'll take it.
We haven't seen many rolls from Bianchina, so not a bad
No.
time to throw it into the mix.
Yeah,
Especially
I
when
mean,
you get a bit of net
Crucial
love.
moment, 100%.
Tape tickler, as we call
Referred
it.
to as a tape tickler here in Australia. You're really going for these slogans. All right.
Oh, I'm doing my best.
Step your game up, Dylan.
Gotta keep the
I'm getting the
Discord
hint.
happy.
Oh,
Ooh, that was her bread and butter.
yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic there. Dikasavic getting it back once more.
8-4.
Floated it.
Ooh,
Unimpressed.
Andy giving herself a bit of a
Yeah,
stern talking
unhappy.
to. That doesn't happen often.
Go, Andy.
4-8.
Oh, incredible point. Andy was just going from side to side with these little rolls, little drops.
Yeah, geez, the angle attempt there from Bianchina.
It's a great point from both ladies there.
8-4.
Clean winner
Stand
for Andy. Wow.
And deliver Dikasavic down the line.
The stern talking to herself must have worked.
Yeah.
Noted.
Nine four. Side out.
Bianchina with another opportunity here. Put a few more points on the board in game 3.
4-9.
Response.
That was a flawless point by Bianchina there.
Terrific play at a crucial time.
It's not easy to make Andy look rushed, but Andy did look rushed in that point.
5-9.
Some big services needed here. Long.
And the ball goes long.
Point.
Here we go. I wonder if
Bit
we
of
see a timeout
timeout.
from Andy D. Yep.
Timeout for
Wow, this is such a good effort. Bianchina has really bounced back considering the lead. Mental toils.
Yeah, she's really responded here. She looked a little bit down and out for a moment,
Yeah.
Bianchina, but she's pulled it back together here and got a few more points on the board. Some big serves. Committing to her strengths, like we said, volleying, coming forward, commanding the kitchen line.
I'm curious, if you find yourself 3-point up in a game 3 and all of a sudden your opposition has momentum, it's nerve-wracking, right?
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
And as we can see Andy in deep conversation with her bench here on the sideline, what do you think's being discussed?
I think there's this tendency when we're up to think, and we've got to just got to get a few more points. So like, what do we change? What do I have to play better? I have to do more. But you're up, so what did you do to get to a winning position?
Don't
So you
change
really
what I
don't need to
broke.
change things.
Yeah.
Just whatever got you there, keep doing it. That's always my advice.
No,
Don't overthink it.
That's fair. Yeah, overthinking. We all tend to do that. But let us continue.
one.
Awfully
remaining.
close game here for our game 3. 6-9.
6-9.
Great shot.
Point.
And there's that drop again.
Yeah, she's going back to her strengths. It's
Yeah.
working for her right now, so she's committing to it. Getting the early advantage off that really incredible serve that she has.
Well, it's like you mentioned, don't change if it's working.
7-9.
So, 2-point game. Rally.
Incredible point there from Andy. So Bianchina did an amazing serve, but Andy did a really deep return off that ball.
Oh, yeah.
And Bianchina just couldn't get the advantage, could not come forward.
9-7.
That is an incredible approach shot. That was deep into that corner.
Oh.
Nothing Bianchina could do. She did nothing wrong. It was just
Wielding
an incredible shot.
her paddle like a brush, painting lines. We have a match point here for Dikasavic. And she
Wow,
does it with
she's
an
done
incredible
it.
passing shot.
Incredible match. Just top-notch play from both ladies there. It was a pleasure just to
Oh,
be here
wow.
and watching that match.
And Dikasavic has just taken down the number 2 seed. Summerdale Bono took down the number 3 seed. Australian ladies, they can play.
We're looking good.
Yeah. Not biased at all. No, what a terrific effort there from Andy. And as I mentioned, Summerdale Bono and Dikasavic will now go head-to-head. That's a bit of a shame. The ladies are going to have to take it on, all former teammates. Taking each other on. What a game that's going to be.
I'll be definitely front row watching that one. That's
Yeah.
going to be a great match, and it'll be amazing for all of the American viewers to see just how good our females are.
Oh, yeah, not wrong.
Yeah.
And that's coming up not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. We will bounce into a quick commercial break. Be back live here at the Proton Australian Pickleball Open not too far away.